Right, we are back. Hello. Welcome, 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 welcome. Oh, I have a partially invisible shirt on today. Weird. La, da, 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 da. Definitely helps with the fan going. Oh, warm. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Right, where were we? It's been a while. I don't know what I'm looking at. What am I looking at? Okay, right. So yeah, we're looking this way. Map there. Water pumps there. A couple of extra farmy bits up here. It's the end of the town there. Right, I've taken off the top of that mountain. I remember now. I've got a bit of a population deficit, so waiting on that to recover a bit. No, I got 90. So it's not a deficit by any chance. Let's put that back up there. So you're not really looking at a deficit too much. Looking at more of a yes, 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 yes. He's building a bunch of stuff to do that with. And we were detonating out the bottom of this river. What was I going to build on here? I feel like I was going to build something on these wooden platforms. What was I going to build on those wooden platforms? I can't remember. I'm sure it was something. Not any of the monuments. It's not that. It's not any of the leisure stuff. Nothing to do with that. Probably nothing to do with that. Unlikely to be anything to do with that. Water. Water. Nah, it's not going to be water barrels. No housing. Nothing like that. Storage. Definitely not that. Bridges. What the hell was I going to build on this? Hey, doggy. Welcome on in, mate. I'm having a senior moment. Because it's been 4 days since I played last. I cannot remember why I was building these platforms. I can't remember. I thought there's a reason for it. It's almost as if I can remember there was a reason for it. But I have no idea what that reason is. I wasn't expecting anybody else to remember either, to be fair. It's been, you know, been the same length of time for everybody. But I have no idea what I was trying to build in there. I've just gone through the menus to see if anything reminds me. I'm like, yep. Nothing ringing a bell. Oh, was it water wheels? It was water wheels. There we go. There we go. It was water wheels. There we go. It was water wheels to maximise, when the water is flowing, to maximise the energy of the pump. I remember now. I'll put one. I was going to put one there, and one there, and then one there, and one there. Hey, Ben, my friend. How's things? How's life treating you? It's like ages since I was streaming last. Wasn't, but it feels like it. Got a little bit of water pumping going on. Most of our barrels are full. Well, that will eventually be a district. That's most of the logs. Is there any chance we can get some? I'm gonna have to go to some I could do it with some district centre shenanigans. That's not terrible. I need wooden logs and planks and anything else. We'll start at 0. And then everything else can go up from there. There we go. Add new route to that one. Bog. Blank. Cool. Autosave? Yeah, there it is. Okay, so the place some explosives up there. Place some bits and pieces up here. We're pretty stable for food. Maple pastries are only just being started to make. Everything else we've got over 4,000 of. Grand. Logs were good. Water. Okay. Building lacks workers. There's 4 of them. Right, so what we're going to do is with this one, we're going to do it sort of bookends of the day. So we'll send somebody across in the morning and then they can come back in the evening. It's literally not worth any further effort than that. Because we just need to build the stairs and the platforms going across there. And then they might build some of this for us. So if we delete that path, they should build all of it for us. Which means everything will be ready by the time they come back. That Moondog is just like, I don't know. Bloody clue. Right. Num num num. Oh look, you can play some. You two can play some explosives there without even the steps. You're going to build the steps. I got to 102%. That's amazing. Can we have that as a higher priority? Thanks. Okay. Get access to all of those. Actually, we're gonna. If I'm gonna put in. No. Too tall. I'm gonna put in. Water wheels here. As well. There we go. That's kind of important. We'll do that around instead. We're taking this mountain out. Why are we taking this mountain out? We're taking this mountain out to put more water tanks down. Gotcha. Awesome. Because why wouldn't you want more water tanks? No, I missed the day. I'm not moving them across now. They won't get any job. They won't get any work done. Yeah, they've done that. Improve the priority of those and those. Yeah, I know. It's keeping it up though. It's keeping it up though, which is the important thing. Oh. Well, there's definitely syrup available. It says 59, but really there should be loads more. Especially when the tree sap gets to 100% and is not being used, then they'll go, oh yeah, let's harvest maple syrup instead. Also gonna need a set of stairs somewhere like this. Otherwise you'll never get to them there once. There we go, that one there. Another one there. That one there. That one there. There we go. Just lots of lots of trees cutting down. Get lots of trees cut down. You clear that most of that area of trees. And then you can have some explosives and things. That's more important, remember, guys. Can you carry on with that one? Thanks. Oh, okay, so we're doing okay. 41 days of this drought to go. It should be. We should have plenty of water for that. I don't see why we'll have any issues. I mean, I've started looking like I'm going to build stuff here. So that'll come back. That'll step down. Okay, so that's where I've not done. That's where I've buggered it up here. It'll also come down through this way. I'll step down. That'll come back through this way. But it has a step down level. I don't know. We'll see what happens when we build the other side. Hey Moo, how you doing? I saw you streaming earlier. The little man, so wasn't able to get to you. Good, good. I saw you playing Helix, and then I saw you playing that long thin map that was on it's on the Discord. I can't remember now. How was Easter? Well, late Easter. Yes, it was pretty good actually. Little man had an Easter. My parents did a Easter egg hunt for the little guy in the back garden. So he ran around and tried to find eggs with help of the dogs because they thought they were balls. So that was fun. He really got into the hang of it. Genuinely impressed. Now these colourful things, I need to put them in the basket. Right, got ya. No problems on that. And then he was even trying to take some of the chocolates out of the inside, because my mum used plastic Easter eggs, like I suppose what, like the little Easter eggs that are plastic, and you can just open, they pop open in half, and she put chocolates inside them. So if they got damp or forgotten about or whatever, or there was no chance of a dog eating one or anything along those lines. So that was quite good. So it's kind of useful. The dogs had as much fun as he did, just running around trying to snaffle out as many of the Easter eggs as possible. Yeah, plastic outside and chocolate on the inside. Yeah, that's it. He had 49 eggs. He had 49 eggs out in the back garden, front garden. It's not even that big. Big enough, but it's not that big. Yeah, wait every time. He enjoyed himself immensely. And then we took him down to the beach, because we're down in Dorset, so a beach. And he played in the sand for the very first time ever, which he seemed to enjoy. Throwing pebbles around. Right. Now I need to migrate the population across. Keep forgetting to do it. You're Christopher fucking Robin, mate. What? I don't have Winnie. I don't own Winnie the Pooh. Just so you know. Right, so we're just moving a few beavers across to this district to get these bits built. So they're getting the platforms and stuff done, so we can move on with other bits. I've still got loads of food left inside it. Right, just a cache of 48 of wood in the backyard. If I put the photos up, it's definitely not that big. I mean, like the Easter eggs are about that big. Like the smallest ones are about less than an inch in size. The biggest ones I'd say were about inch and a half, 2 inches. And they didn't really hide them for him, so you could see them quite easily. They weren't like under rocks or in bushes or anything along those lines. They were quite obviously sat on the grass. So you could just you could just go, ooh, grab one. He's like 18 months old, so, you know. He still thinks you disappear when he puts a blanket over the top of his head. His cousin entertained him for 2 days. Actually give us a chance to not have to think about it. I need to move back, don't I? Off you pobble. Have you fallen asleep? Yep. Great. Okay, so you've done all of those explosives. That's great. I'm going to want platforms 2. There we go. Don't need platforms there. Cool. I'll just leave you with those for the time being. Alright, move 2 back across again. Carry on with the last job. Right. I was about to say, there's logs and planks and everything in there. Why? It's the way they dished out the jobs. There you go. Loads of stuff you can build over here that doesn't require any resources whatsoever. Cool. What are you building? Oh, you're building some of the stairs. Fine. Build some of the stairs if you can. I'm going to argue too much. They can move some of the stuff around. I'm not sending anything more resources to that one now. Alright. Got to send you 2 back. Otherwise you'll never have any food. Oh, you've done all those. Fantastic. Get rid of those wooden stairs. Next up. Those explosives. Are you really enjoying both maps? Cool. Have you found the twist with this second one yet? Don't know if you could do quest on hard. Did I miss something? Well, I was pretty pleased with my aqua farm. Fair enough. Yeah, what about that long one? What one was that? Quest for the Lost Aquifer. That was it. Do that one on normal mode. Okay. I'd have to see. I did look at that one and think that was quite interesting. Long, thin map rather than a wide one. It's quite intriguing. and send everybody across the second day, so they're not going to build that. That's no problems. We'll send them across tomorrow. So everything's a puzzle. It's a lot of fun. Yeah. Might do that one next, actually. Although saying that, I've got 2 of my own maps that I need to do. That's... I thought that was all of them. Now it's all of them. Now it's all of them paused. Yep. So I need to do both of them, probably. Yeah, it's true. I need to do them both. On stream. You can't keep restarting them. You can restart them a few times, but there is a limit to it. Power. There you go. Just keep busy for a little bit. How to get to big old endgame, yeah, exactly. You never get that far. How do you get there? Right, sun's up. I think I just migrated them to the top wrong place. I migrated them to the wrong place. Yes, I did. Go back. Let's go. Oh, I see. Funny. I see what they've done. I see what they did. They decided they want to be employed as lumberjacks instead. It's not helpful. They need to be employed as builders. I want them to try and empty as many of the logs and planks and stuff like that out of this one as possible. I think they'll get to that very last one. Yeah, they will. Just, but they will get to it. They won't finish it. Because there's not enough planks though. Cool. There we go. Alright, I don't want anything in there just yet. That's going to be water. The middle one is going to be bread, carrots, cocktail crackers, the foods, grilled chestnuts, got potato, grilled spatterdock, maple pastries, and sunflower seeds. The final one will have planks in it. There we go. There we go. That's pretty much that's everything. What do you think about sharing an aqua farm between districts? I mean, generally, it should be okay, shouldn't it? It should be generally alright with it. I think it might get a little bit sketchy if one population is growing faster than another one. I mean, I assume you mean by, like, having this here, having district gates, like, either side, and then having a farm on this side, or farmhouses on this side and farmhouses on that side, so they can both get to either side of it. That's what I'm assuming you mean. Otherwise I can't really... yeah, cool. Otherwise I can't really see how it worked. I don't see a problem with it. If the farmhouse ranges overlap each other, then I could see some issues. Because one farmhouse could end up nicking stuff and not leaving enough for the other farmhouse to get. Yeah, that's true. Or at least until you get to the point where you can put a mechanical one down and power it. Right, we're gonna need to delete some stuff. Not really got onto any of those ones yet. That's fine. Start a load of logs on that one. Not really put any roots down on that one. Any chance that you're going to do that? Oh, okay, maybe not. And then yeah, it's like how far do they get to this? I'm going to need lumberjacks in other places. There you go. I need something along those lines. I definitely think that's a reasonably decent option. I think you get away with that relatively well. One more log? You have plenty, come on. Actually, how many logs I've got in this district? 27. Okay. It's good to know. Don't do it. Nice. No! Don't do it! I'm going to delete that bit actually. And that bit. Calls it Cactail's Cock-Up. That sounds... A Spadadox. What's a stoosh? Never heard of a stoosh before. Great word. I've never heard of it being used. It's a new one on me. There we go. Power. Water wheel. Fight. Find out if I understand this game. Oh, you weren't talking about me, were you? I mean, you're probably talking about Moo, for sure. I can't be talking about me. A Donnybrook. That's cool. Donnybrook, a stoosh. I like the word. Kind of nice meatiness in your mouth. Stoosh. Watching a moron thinking that they had this game down pat. Stoush. That's less nice. Stoush. I'm putting barrels above the water, so I kind of probably want that line in play. That's fine. In which case, we're going to want explosives here, for the most part. With a 45-second drought in the 2k population. Stoush. It's easy to get 2k population when you're playing on normal. Why? Who is your question? Why? Yeah. I'm getting a little bit of... I'm getting a bit of blueberry from the stoosh. Blue stoosh. Yeah. Oh, easy. So cute. Tell them to come... Go back into the chat and tell them to come raid me. Then we can show them exactly what the game is all about. Have you moved some food across yet? No, no, no. Oh, that's why. Bread. 20? Yeah, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20. Not doing any logs. 20. Sunflower seeds. 20. Water. 50. And planks. 20. I think that's everything, isn't it? All the foods. 3 foods there. 3 foods there. Food there and a food at the bottom. That's all good. Means to actually start moving some stuff. Welcome back, Invid. Anyway, glad to have you back. How you been? And in there, we were gonna plan on putting some barrels above the water, weren't we? That was the next step, so that's the step that we shall take. That goes there, that goes there, that one goes there, that one goes there. Right, so you're extra. Cool. We'll utilise your space otherwise. Mean. Mean. We have an unemployed beaver. That's a shock. There you go. Go and do that. Building next workers. That's fine. I don't think I even need that one. I think all the others will do their job for them. Do 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 do. No. Okay. Oh, are these wheels done? Fantastic. Can we have another wheel, please? You don't need to be there. And that's your next job. Power, water wheel, connect. I came back. Moondoggy will back me up on this. I came back and I was like, oh my god, why was I building platforms in the middle of the water? I can't remember. I went through all the menu and I was like, I can't remember why I'm building platforms. It wasn't that, wasn't that, wasn't that, wasn't that. A good like 5 minutes, I'm like... And it came to me, I was building water wheels for when the water returns and just in case there's a power cut. You survived my map! Which map? Which map have you survived? You survived the big one. What, 3 craters? He's doing 3 craters, 3 craters. Not the tiddly one. I have no doubt in my mind that that's what you would do. Given the option. Why am I sending people down? I suppose it's probably best if I send them down over here. I don't think any map is impossible. I think you'd struggle to make a map impossible. Difficult, yes, but not impossible. The water is weird. No comment. If I want to add more wheels or more thing, I just need to take out another row of this. I think it should be okay. How are we doing over this side? Down to 0.48. Well, there's no water for them to pump up any longer, so I'm going to have to start adding that back into the swing of things. You did find the trick there. Good. Good, good, good. The tricks are meant to be found. The game is designed that, no map is. Okay, yeah, it's possible. I suppose it is possible to build, having thought about it, it's possible to build a map that is broken, as in you cannot beat, because there's just not enough resources available for you to master it. But the point is proven that the rule of thumb only works for some maps. It doesn't work for all of them. You do need sometimes to provide extra water flow, and space for the water to get out, which was kind of basically the idea behind the map in the first place. That what you think you know about water flow and stuff like that isn't necessarily how it actually works. Building next power, building next workers. 6. Well, have nobody in science. The rule of thumb is always correct. Not always. But I know what you mean. Fair enough. I was going to delete them there. Okay. 6, 5, and 4 deep. What else are we looking at here? Oh, you built that wheel. Fantastic. Just need you to build the last of it now. No, I need to delete the paths first, otherwise it won't let me. Can we get power? Power wheel? No, not power wheel. Water wheel. There we go. And we can delete that. And that's ready for the wet season. That's ready for the return of the wet season then. So you needed a 24 wide dam to let it out. Yeah, so each of the water sources isn't the default, isn't producing the default amount of water. That's the trick with the map. Do I need to take this side of the cliff face back? I feel like I do. I feel like it's not going to be... we'll probably just start going down through this way. And then we'll see if we need to take it back afterwards. It does. It does. There we go. My rule of thumb is to make it as many outs as you have coming in. It does make it through a gap of 6 wide, but there's a lot more than just 6. It would flood if the gap wasn't so tall. The reason it doesn't flood out sideways is because the gap itself is quite a tall gap. It forces the water through a narrower gap than it would normally be. I struggle because you didn't consider it was passing through the gap 4 tiles deep, correct? There's a lot of water passing through that one gap. That's the trick. That's the trick. It's not just a small amount of water going through that gap, it's quite a significant amount of water going through that gap. Yep. Right, that's the water bills in place, ready for the next wet period. Oh look, power stopped again. Well, the whole point of this bit over here is hopefully we'll be able to provide some perpetual power for our buildings. So yeah, we're doing okay. Give it 9 out of 10. Thank you very much. That's high praise indeed. Is there anything that you would improve? You gave it a high score, but is there anything that you would necessarily improve that you think that what it needs? These guys are missing something else to build with. Waiting on the explosives, which aren't being produced amazingly quickly. No, we're missing something else, like not requiring any other materials to build. So I never give a 10 out of 10. Fair enough. That's always good to go. What about the little map? Have we played that one yet? 9 is the highest map on the scale. You don't go up to 10. It's probably a little bit small on the small side for your general. It's only a little bit bigger than diorama. Right, we're just waiting now. There's a bit of waiting going on. Speed up to speed 3. Let's get rid of some of the waiting. Rid of some of the waiting. Tell the food, tell the Wi-Fi food is all right. Which isn't necessarily a high praise in my book. My wife's got me down. My wife's got to the point where if she asks my opinion on something, and I go, I don't know. That means nope. Not happening. They will be connected to the book manufacturers that go down the back here. I also want to connect them to these ones as well. Yeah, that's fair enough. I wasn't too far away. There was a few things that my parents they relented on. Okay, all right, fine. But for the most part, yes. If it was on your plate, you finished it. You getting there from this side? Ah, okay. If you're doing it that way, then fine. Um, yeah, well, yeah, that doesn't surprise. Well, yes. You get to that state, yeah, if you're in that sort of situation, then you're given regardless of what actually happens. You can't afford to be fussy. Straight power shaft goes that way. Platform here. Straight power shaft there. Yep. Yeah. That's one of the few things that I was never able to manage, but obviously it based in a slightly different environment in the fact that I could probably get away with not eating that type of thing. I didn't really have to eat Brussels sprouts and cabbages and cauliflower and broccoli. Wasn't. Yeah, I select peas, sweet corn, carrots, a whole bunch of other vegetables, green beans, runner beans. My parents weren't overly fussed that I wasn't eating all of my greens. Nice. That's even worse, isn't it? When it's like overcooked, especially food you don't particularly like, badly cooked as well. It's even worse. Okay, that should keep them busy. Right, now we're waiting on this level to be nuked out, which we're going to do very shortly. Some extra wind power going through there as well. Love that that pump's not pumping anything. Entirely helpful. Still got 6 buildings not being used. Problem is that we're kind of maxed out. We've only... Nice. One of those answers. That was right. Yeah, I'm replacing this one, I think. I think I'm replacing. No, don't do that to me. I'm replacing that one with that. I want to force the water to go down through the way that I wanted it to go. Oh no, I said, well, that's really when I was 5, how like something cooked. Yeah, that's, you're gonna, the phrase out of the mouth of babes. So you're always going to get there'll be an age when you ask a child something and you'll get the brutally honest answer whether you want it or not. Mmm. There we go. We've got all the power connected now. We're also at that stage where we can replace these guys. Because we've been kind of negligent when it comes to that for a little while now. Ouch. Well, I mean, it could well have been the most disgusting thing you've ever tasted. It can be a travesty amongst all foods possible. But that definitely brutally honest. I think I'm going to nuke out the back of this as well at some point. Let's stick to one project at a time, at least for the time being. That'll help a little bit. And they're all all those farms are now wind farms. Whoa! You smashed them out of the park. Where they appeared? They appeared suddenly. That was like 2 seconds, and they reappeared. The villagers are obviously extremely bored, waiting for explosives to place down. You give them another job, and they're like, "Yes, gimme, 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 gimme." There you go. Let's run those down and connect all of those at the back as well. Since then, my horizons had been broadened and not in a good way. Oh, let's get my lumber pillow in there. Getting old, you see. Back's not once what it was. Do, do. Let me let you prioritize those. At least the power then be connected. Not all of it was horrid, though. In the schools that I went to, it was cheap. I mean, it was definitely cheap, but it was like fast food cheap. So it was chips and burger and like they're very rarely the ones. At least the ones I went to, I was probably kind of lucky, and they never actually made food. It was like prepared food. But I can definitely remember how horrid hospital food is, because it's you're not allowed to have like salt in it just in case you're on a low salt diet. You're not allowed to have this in it because you're on a low calorie this, that, and everything else. So it tastes like cardboard. None of it's got a single bit of flavour into it whatsoever. Blech. I also plan on stock these pumps at some point, these 5. They're definitely getting the water levels up there, that's great, but I mean, we're only 20 days away from the end of the drought, so they won't evaporate. There you go, with those all connected now, they can take their time over connecting, building these ones. I've already built that as well. We had 8 kids in the house at all times until we were 14. Wow. That's a lot of kids. That's a lot of kids. So your family was basically folktales. You had the beds. You're going to fill them. Oh, got an empty bed. Fantastic. Fill it. Do, do, do. I'm exactly 6 short as well, which is weird. Got 5 more to place. Cool. Alright, let's go for the detonations down there. Awesome. Right. We're going to start with the tanks here, and then we will... So, that's the start of the tanks. And then we'll run on from there. So that seems the most logical step. And that's the path. We're really short on gears again as well. Good number. None. 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 Part of me is now thinking in retrospect, I need a pathway halfway through. So let's just tweak it ever so slightly. Let's go tweak, tweak, tweak. Tweak, tweak, tweak. Tweak. There we go. Just like one barrel less. Cool. There we go. Go to that path. Maybe do some map runs in between. And I come back to read the comment, and that's literally what I've done. Great minds think alike. No, great minds think alike. So yeah, we'll have the same thing on the opposite side. So there. There. Oop, not quite. I have to look at that one. Oh no, I think we're alright. That'll be alright. That'll be alright. As soon as you're available to make those, I want you to nuke them, please. Oi, 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 oi. That's not the right place. One says you could go there. None. 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 Oh, this is riveting, isn't it? La 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 la. Cool. And then when they finally get to it, the paths. Ah, I could do that. There we go. That's a good number. Alright, 17.5 days to go. I saw I only have one beaver working in science at the moment. It's because of these water pumps. Pumping the water level up. 0.77. What's 75% of 22? 11, 16? 16, okay. There we go. Stop up 2 of them. We definitely need more people. The lack of beavers at the moment is proving to be a little bit of an issue. Stuff's not getting built fast enough. We are struggling with productivity. We could blow past some of the productivity issues by putting up a few of the monuments. That one, for example, will grab all of those. Apparently I can get to it, so hey, knock yourself out. It's a lot of logs though. We have a good amount of trees, so they'll get to them. Oh, yeah, no, oh no, we haven't got any chestnuts. Full stop. I was about to say, you ain't got any chestnuts. But he doesn't. Racky speed 25%. Okay. Okay, so we've got a few more workers in the buildings. We've got no kits. Everybody is an adult beaver. I'll leave one to keep the supply ticking over. It's 2 buildings lacking workers. It's a little bit better because we need a lot more gears. Although we're still massively short on workers, full stop. We'll get some more houses built. Probably over the top of the river. It can actually go in the river, interestingly enough. They don't have to go over the top of the river. They only get flooded if it goes over the entrance. If these guys are sitting in the river, they don't flood. You can technically just leave them in the middle of the river. Alright, they've replaced all the windmills now. We've got no small windmills, there's only large ones. So yeah, we can probably carry on building this way. Just build all the platforms. Don't worry about anything else. Just build platforms. You can build some beaver statues like on the corners, so they cover most of the buildings. These little dudes. But then these ones give exactly the same benefits. Well, one of them is 50 logs and 10 planks, while this one's only 5 logs and 10 paper. But that one only does it within 2 tiles, while this one does it within 3. Right, you're gonna slowly not keep up, which is kind of the plan. They're not different buffs, they're exactly the same buff. They're beaver statue buffs. Aesthetics beaver statue. Aesthetics beaver statue. They give the same buff. It's weird. You'd think that the scarecrow would have a similar effect to the beehive or something along those lines. It help food. Yeah, I think they gave slightly different buffs when there was less buffs available, and they'd had the buffs more. The buffs were more generalized. But yeah, they improved it. Sneak the stairs around the outside. Okay, 5,000, yeah, that's fine. Not gonna run out of water anytime soon. We'll make some more space in a bit. Give ourselves some more beaver room. I didn't say I can put some houses in the middle of here. The problem is we wouldn't be able to utilize these. So I want to try and keep them at least somewhat together. Click a beaver. Oh, well. So I can't see it because of the chat. One sec. There you go. So shrine, temple, books, Light Mud Bath, carousel, the 3 monuments, labourer, flame of progress, tribute to ingenuity, and then there's beaver statue, roof and shrub, camp tile, roof terrace, then the foods, and then the basics. So yeah, there isn't. Yeah, there used to be. It's a little tweak, but it's a tweak nonetheless. Right, 11. I'm 5 beavers short now. Stuff's basically going to stop. I'm going to stop a whole bunch of things happening and rely on the reserves that we built up. So we'll cut down the number of trees that we're cutting down, we'll cut down on the number of bits and pieces, we'll cut down on the industry, we'll cut down on a whole bunch of bits and pieces to get as many of them into the tanks as possible. Fill up all these new tanks that hopefully are being built by that point. Got some gears being made, but not many. $426 steel. Well, we're not making any more steel right now. And the power situation isn't really helping us. Keeps dropping out and popping back in again. But food-wise, we are over 4,000 on pretty much everything apart from maple pastries. Great. Excuse me. Quick yawn. Probably do it like that, to be honest. Keep them occupied. Maple pastries, well, they don't take that much to give. They take flour and maple syrup. But they take... Maple pastries give you carrying speed of 10%. So they're 10% faster when they've got something in their hands. Which isn't a bad buff. And bread. Bread gives carrying speed plus 20%, so it's half as good as bread. But that, yeah. The vid with the efficiencies. There we go. Let's not have the argument of lots of different random bits of path and stuff going on. So have it nice and regular like. Yeah, you can probably get away with one less paper and one more gears. Maybe one less blank and one more gears. Let's just go for that instead then. Oof. We're definitely missing some peoples. Down on haulers. I like all of them. I like all of the foods. The buffs last long enough, so they can eat all 8 foods. Yeah, the buffs last long enough so you can eat all 8 through a cycle, which means you use less of each. Overall. You always get maple pastries too, just not worth the effort. Fair enough. Correction. Thank you very much for joining us as well. See you. Welcome on in. That's fair enough. Like I say, I prefer all of them. It gives... You can still have all the buffs from all of them, so that all the buffs stack. You're not having one or the other. Because they have 8 different foods to choose from, and the buffs will last long enough between each beaver, it means that if you had 4 foods, they would eat each of those foods twice as fast. By having 8 foods, it spreads out the weight that each food has to supply over time. So I prefer spreading them out a little bit, having more across each, if that makes any sense. It has helped since more recently, where they the buffs were able, because they didn't tweak the buffs. The buffs were still pretty short on the foods, so you never quite got to the end of each. Yeah, they couldn't support all the buffs for all the foods at the same time. So when they come around to eating it, that buff had already worn off a few days earlier. A day earlier. So they never quite had all of the buffs. So it never quite worked quite as well as it should have done. Chestnuts are even worse. Yeah, but then chestnuts give you... Again, it's that extra food, isn't it? It's one less food that you have to try and supply. It takes off the weight off the rest of the foods. Not that I've got a lot of weight on them, but got over 4,000 of each. But the point is there. But yes, could the foods do with a little bit of extra buff kick? I think they could. I think that they should give you roughly even percentage bonuses, but in different categories. So like carrying speed, life expectancy, working speed, walking speed. Yeah, they should have roughly 20% on each for each food for each one. There's enough buff to spread it out, so it's worth having multiple foods. I agree. Chestnuts should be more per tree or more per cooked. I think more per tree. You can get quite a few chestnuts off a chestnut tree, so I think it should be more per tree. After all, one chestnut, when grilled, a spider duck. I don't have any chestnuts grilled. One chestnut when grilled gives you 2. So I can imagine a chestnut splitting in half and giving 2 portions. Although one chestnut is obviously not proportionate by the looks of things. One potato into 4 grilled potatoes kind of makes sense, because if you're going to grill the potatoes, you're going to be slicing them up. And you'd have grilled potatoes. I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking about it too logically. I mean, 8 forests of chestnuts for a decent colony. Yeah, you need quite a bit. We're going to have this space over here. A bit on this side and a bit on this side, all ready for chestnuts. They're down to these ones now. But they're on 3.9 days. All the planks, 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 all the planks. They're going to get a lot of the planks in place before they get a lot of anything else in place. The gears are going to hold us up. Yeah, I think either spawning faster or more per tree would make sense. Let's go and grab a top of a drink. I'll leave you to watch these guys building the water tanks. There you go. Won't be long. Hmm. If you ever think about this, talk about this game, I think who would have guessed as a grown adult I would be talking out loud about beavers and how their food sources break down. People think I'm total notjob every time I talk about this game. I mean, I probably set a precedent anyway. People think I'm a total notjob most of the time anyways. Nobody thinks any different to me, but still. You just need better friends. Yeah, that's fair enough. It's definitely, it's different enough that it's got replayability factor in it, and even in the state that it's in, as in it's how early access it is. That's important in itself. Overall, that helps make the game what it is. For sure. Right, I'm going to have to... Beard, close your ears. I'm going to have to stop the explosive manufacturing and paper and the treated planks whilst when the wet season comes, because we want maximum pumpage. And we can't do that with the number of people we have. I'd probably get away with a couple less farms though. Sure. Blasphemy! I told you to close your ears. You weren't supposed to hear that. Blasphemy! Infamy! Infamy! They've opened it infamy! I could do this from here. Let's do this from here. I want an all button. Which I believe is coming very soon. By all accounts. Just a simple one at the top here. Oh. Type of shack, that's fine. Smelters off. Scavenger flag could be off. Paper mills are off. Lumberjack flags, 2 of them are paused. Yeah, it's fine. Lumber mills have no power. Okay, that's fine. Inventors are missing beavers. Grist mills, fine. Gear workshops, good. Let's reduce the amount of those. Farmhouses, 2 of them are paused. That's fine. Foresters still working. Explosive factories are all paused. District centre is working. Distribution post is doing its thing. Builders Hut's doing its thing. Bakery. A couple of maple pastries are going to leave that going. Aquatic farmhouse, 2 of them paused. Right, cool. That's still a lot of buildings without workers in them. Let's just bear that in mind. We've got no builders at all. go down to 1 aquatic farmhouse. And 1 here. They'll be able to keep on top of things, I think. Let's cut down the number of lumberjack flags. Go down to 3. It's giving us our builders back. We've got no haulers, but it's giving us our builders back. Let's pause our remaining water dumps as well. Right. So when the water comes and returns... Yeah, you can have like a little group. You can have like group 1 and group 2 and group 3. Guess what? It's been a while. But it's prediction time. So you know the deal. Halfway house is 40 days. Do you think the next drought is going to be less than 40 days, or do you think it's going to be 40 days or more? Excuse me. You have 10 minutes to decide, but your worthless channel points, because that's literally all they're used for. Probably go down to 1. There you go. There's plenty of stuff happening anyway. We've got... There's not a lot of water left in there. 13. Alright, he'll pump some water out of this. Dee 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 dee. Filling back up again. Go on, down this way. There we go. Hey, Brooksy. Welcome back. I did, thank you very much. It was nice to spend time with my parents. And Alex to spend some time with his grandparents. I think he definitely enjoyed it. He had a right laugh. So that was good. We got to see the beach for the first time. Yeah, you had an Easter egg hunt. Yeah, it was definitely it went well. A nice tidy summer, and I filled my tank. Ouch. Yeah. I mean, it's 120 miles each way to my parents' house. That's 240 miles. And at 43 miles per gallon. Not cheap. Oh, there, look at that. Beautiful. Plenty of power, even if the wind stops or drops. There should be enough power from the water wheels to keep generating the pump. It's steadily increasing. Look, 25, 26, 27, and it's not taking any of our stored water. It's all non-filtered, non-pumped water. And also, this is now paying for its money. It's keeping these ones moving. Very helpful. Ooh, hello. Please go away. Ooh, another one. Ooh, it's 2, 3. I'm famous. They're spamming me. I must be a massively famous streamer if all the bots are spamming me. Yeah. Ooh, we're doing not too bad. There's the 4 in the middle that still need placing. They're all waiting on gears, I think. Gears, yeah. 5 gears at the far end. It's gears and planks that are causing us issues. Now they stopped working. Oh, it's because the water hasn't actually gone out through here yet. End of day 2, and the water still hasn't reached the lower levels of the map. That's what we like to see. It could literally stop food production right now. It wouldn't cause us a problem. I've got some haulers back now. That's good. That's good. Some extra haulers will always be helpful. Pumping it too fast. Yeah, I was sucking the water out of this bit so quickly. Go, haulers, go. He's back up to 49. That's good. What's going to be worse is when we put this perpetual power situation thing in. It's actually going to take more water. It's going to take longer for the water to get to the bottom first before it starts coming out. So that's going to be fun. But still, plenty of barrels. We're going to need to keep this going basically until either the barrels are full or the water runs out down here. Which is not good for the production side of things. Can we... We've got 290 explosives. It does. There is a little, at the moment, there is a little bit of that involved. So, if it is 60 days, if we only have a 5-day wet period, which is not the case in this point, because we're already on day 3 and the warning hasn't come up. So if we were to go from a 5-day to a 60-day to a 5-day to a 60-day, then I think we'd really struggle with the second 60-day. Which is what this row of massive row of water tanks is actually meant to help with. Essentially doubling the water storage should help mitigate against drought into wet, or short. Well, there we go. It's day 6. So random settings, property, cycle 18. We're on day 4. So at the end of day 6, we will get the drought. So it is particularly short. It's not a full 15 by any means. Not even over half. So still a Pharaoh whack to go. Water is slowing down. Efficiency just drops off the bottom of the charts. Great. Come on, wind, come back. 5% wind. At least that's keeping things going. 79. I'll be at near 80 soon. That'll get things going for a while. A short drought here will help us. I mean, we just had a 53-day drought. Pretty big one. So a short drought here will help. We haven't had the full 60 days yet, but we have had 59. Demand, 1,000 horsepower, shy of 30. Supply, 10,000 or 11,000 horsepower. It should be okay with the power. Although it is 98%. Each windmill is producing virtually... is only 10 horsepower off its maximum. That's a good job keeping that topped up there now. Perfect. Now that they're bothering to put some explosives down rather than concentrate on starting at the four builders, it's allowing us to get some of the gears and planks back. And some of the wood back as well. Still over 4,000 each of the foods. It's alternating between long and short. Yeah, it's good, isn't it? It's been interesting. I think the other interesting thing is if you take between cycle 11 and cycle 16, so in the space of 6 cycles we had 8 days for 5 of those 6 cycles, which is really weird. So yeah, that's very strange. But you know, it's random. That's what we want. That's what I wanted. I wanted random. I wanted unpredictability. I wanted having to plan for that unpredictability. I didn't want all my droughts to be almost exactly 30 days. I didn't want all of my wet periods to be exactly 5 or 6 days. Yeah, I wanted that randomness. It was that unpredictability that was the point of all this. Still doing a good job of filling all these water tanks up. Oh, I don't know why I've got you working. Can find another job somewhere else. Right, one day and we find out how long it's going to be. Food-wise, we're keeping up, so I'm not worried about that. Getting some gears built now. Getting some planks built now as well. We're going to need the planks because all of the stilt work needs to be done as well. Platforms need to be placed on top of the barrels being placed. So yeah, we need extra planks over on top of the gears. And we only got like two large tanks worth of gears anyway. We need way more than we've currently got. So that's at 0.90. So we set at 90. Okay. Excellent. Working as intended. Let's get them properly filling all of this water up. We'll nuke out a chunk of this area. Get a good air portion of that built as well. Extend some of the housing that we've got. We could even send it back round and join it up over the top of the lake. Which wouldn't be a terrible idea. We'll have to keep this level relatively flat to keep the campfires available. I think my my windmills do take up a lot of ground space. Yes, they do. They're not as interesting as yours. Placed on top of all the buildings and connected to loads of bits and pieces. That is very true. But that's not this was never planned to be a harvesting space anyway. The massive upside with Folktales is you've got beehives, and that just increases your farming rate ridiculous by a good chunk. So you just need less farm space. Which is absolutely great. There it goes. 41 days. Just a smidgen over the average. Yeah, beehives are particularly useful. Sorry, Brooksy. Everybody else wins your points. It's very close, though. I mean, that was... Moonvid win the points. Ooh, with a considerable points gain there. And properties. Let's go down to here. 41 and 47. +40 has a higher chance, so it does ever so smidgenly slightly by a day. It is very close, but there is a smidgen that it'll like chance, but it won't. Yeah, that it will. Sorry. It's very close, but it is. There is a there is that chance. Right, pump water, my friends. Pump water. There's not enough haulers to haul, but there is enough tankers to fill. Let's pump that water and fill it all up. So the bet, yeah, is ever so slightly in the favour of option 2. Well, you got a chunk, but Lazy got the most. Moo got the most. I mean, you bet 30 points and got 134 back again. So you got over 4 times your stake back. But then so did Moo. I pitch again. I need to sit down this. Now that I'm back off holiday, I need to sit down this week and work out what else I can make people spend their channel points on. You intended to bet 3k. Wow. Well, you would have won a fair chunk back again then. Could have been up over 12k now. Right, come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. 6 haulers, 4 builders. Trying to let up on some of the explosives. Still good motor path a few times. Yes, that is very true. Did get it slightly wrong on a couple of occasions. There you go. Do those in the order. And there's plenty of food. I could pause food production entirely. So we just live off reserves for the rest of the time. Let's go back to having those two as low priority, please. So we can focus a little bit. Kind of wanted it so they ran out of explosives to place. Well, they switched back to placing explosives relatively soon. Let's pause all the food productions. And get everybody back into... That's all of them, isn't it? I think so. Oh, you. Yeah, I think it's all of them. Name a peep. No, because they just die so bloody quickly. It's just there's literally no point in it. You can tell that the people that don't play the game very often are like, "Yeah, name your beaver." And name them after other ones. Nice. I shall name you after somebody else. Name a district? Yeah, it's not too bad. That's definitely one worth. That's definitely one worth considering for sure. Force you to do something that makes it harder. Again? I'm already doing that myself. Oh, I don't want any kids after me. Yeah, but then Moo would. So you would spend 200 to name it after Moo, then Moo would spend 200 to name it after you. So there would definitely, I reckon there would definitely be some Call Me Bids running around. I'd have to check every like 3 days just to make sure that I didn't miss any kits. Moo 2, Moo Vid 2, Moo 3, Vid 3. Moo 67. Vid 129. That is probably true. Somebody would have a little bidding war in between each other. Like, nah. That is true. You'd have to, otherwise they'd all just be called the same thing. They'd all be they'd all be Lazy Mooful and Call Me Vid. That'd just be the names of all the beavers. I wouldn't be able to remember which one's which. Call Me Dead on 40 days. Nice. Nice. Keeping the water pumping. We're getting to the point where they're running out of things to place. I think it's going to be pretty good. It's going to be pretty close. £5,000 points to put it on speed 3 for 5 minutes, no pausing allowed. I would want to find a bot that put a little timer up on the top of the screen, so I could see, like that, like sub one for example. So I could want to see how long the 5 minutes would last. That's what I would want. I would want to see, I would want something along those lines. So I could keep hold of the timer. Now, there's definitely a way of doing it because Streamloots allows you to do that and have the little timer appear on the screen. So I just need to work out what the programming is for that, and I could manually add it to what I've got at the moment. So it wouldn't take too much. Yeah, I mean, there's probably an extension for it. I just, like I say, I've probably got a source of the code, so I could probably sit down and have a look at programming it in. About halfway down, do we think? Forget about that. It's definitely given us some more gears now. We've got some more planks in place as well. On the last row of explosives. 1, 2, 3, 4, and those 4 as well need to be filled. Yeah, subathons, extending timers and stuff like that. Yeah, no, definitely. So there is definitely something in the game that I can try and find. You need to have a good look, work out what it is. What the codes are and stuff like that. I'm sure a few Google searches will come up with something. Right, we're down to half water levels. That's true. The main reason I don't I don't play at that speed is because it goes all janky. I kind of want to play at a slower speed so it's a bit smoother. Yeah, start the game with no pause. That would be evil. Yeah, the lag is the biggest issue for me. That's the only reason I don't play at ×3 speed. I probably would do if it wasn't for the lag. Especially at this point in the game. It's just a lot smoother at this point. It's quite nice. We'll do the big challenge thing and we can all support towards a no-pause speedrun. I don't think my old man reaction times are going to be good enough for that. I also want custom speed mapping so I couldn't tap out because my muscle memory would try and pause the game. Well, that's coming in handy. Look, they're definitely building more. We're definitely building more barrels. How is your BBM beavers per minute nowadays? Your outpost download. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. 13 kits. Blah. Blah. She did try to drown it. Well, yeah, you'd think that they would just be able to build like fanatics and not have to worry about that type of thing, but apparently they do. So, yeah, that's the thing. 16,000 water! 16,000! I think we can survive 40 days on 16,000 water. I think that's going to be a fair shout. Fast that one went up. Yay. That'll be right. But lovely pumps. Let's take those two out. There's no point in them being there. Might as well have a little bit of extra space. If putting these platforms over the water stopped evaporation, that would be a different matter entirely. but they doesn't, so we're not bothered. Okay. Ooh, all of those tanks are full. 2 of those ones aren't full. Hopefully the builders can get on with building a few extra water tanks. Can we build those 4? Many thanks. Actually, they didn't really help out as much. Because 2 of them haven't got the platforms underneath them to build them. Oh, that's so funny. Just concentrate on building the tanks. When the tank's done, they can build a bit underneath it. Speed things up. Yeah, I think Seasons is definitely a way to go. I think Seasons is something, either it's an expansion, it's just called Timberborn Seasons. So you can add seasons to your game. But I think Seasons would be an interesting challenge. And have it slowly deteriorate into winter, and then a few cycles later, you could have like 3 winter cycles in a row, and then have it could spread back up again. I think that'd definitely be a valid option. I'm spreading that one so quickly. There's a nice lot of water down there, look. It's doing exactly what it should be doing. And we're out of water. The pumps have drained. Right. There. Distribution post? I don't need that. District center, that's fine. I want those paused. Explosive factories could probably come back online. Farmhouses. There we go. Put those back online again. Foresters still online. Grills all online. Grist mills all online. Inventors are all emptied. Lumberjacks. Yeah, you're all important. Paper mills. Let's just switch everything back on and see how much I've got in a couple of different places. And then yes, I'm going to have to turn some of the water dumps back off again. But it also means that all of that water that was stored there has now been stored. It is not evaporating, it's not going anywhere. It's going to be drunk or used in some way or another. It isn't just vanishing. Which was why that was kind of important. Right, let's switch the industries over. How that settles. Wow, okay. Still 10 billion, still 10 buildings without people in it. Oh yeah, you are all off. Right, well, the next work is 7. Okay. Oh, great. Switch you back on. 3, 2. That's definitely something. That's what it's got to be. That is, yes. So some of the buildings, there's 6 buildings that don't include people who are inventors. So these 6 don't have inventors. That hauling post is half short, and that one's completely short. So the 7 buildings that don't have anybody are these 6 and that one. He's only got half, and that builder's got a few. Bear in mind that we do have 13 kits as well. It doesn't help. So that's 4 plus another 5, so that's 9 in and of itself. That paused. No, it's just the beavers being quiet. I thought it was auto-saving itself then. But that's fine. That's why it's there. We could do with some more science. I want to kind of I want to get the flame progress up. That'll improve the speed of the beavers quite considerably. You can go here. Okay, so it's less important that we build the thingies now. Just build what you can when you can. Actually, build, if I do high here like that. And then put the tanks back to 0. That still leaves the platforms underneath. Now let's prioritise those instead. Oh. Would having 1 beaver and 1 observatory be better than 3 inventors? That's probably. Probably. When I last, to be fair, when I last considered it, I didn't have any. I didn't have any pine resin, so I wasn't able to build them. 10 science. I can't remember what it is for 1 beaver. It's a quarter of that, isn't it? 10 science every. Yeah. These guys could probably disappear. Unlock him. I hate it when it does that. Let me change. There you go. That's the only other problem, is that they wouldn't do any work when the wind stopped. I'll be like, oh, that's great, thanks, cheers. I need power. There we go. There you go. Have no low ones. Let's try that. Well, I think you're probably right with the scientist. It's probably the last time I looked at it, I literally didn't have any pine resin, so it wasn't worth my effort. Now, on the other hand, it's a bit different. How am I going to connect that side to power? I might have to go a bit further out. There we go. Let's get rid of those two. Go with that wooden stairs. There we go. Yeah, that's loads. That's got plenty of range. How are you doing? 90. Excellent. 132 explosives still. It's fine. There's still plenty of platforms being built down there. Speed through the night. No, it's a good thought. Thank you for reminding me, because I had last time I thought about it. Oh, an observatory would be good. I basically hadn't got this area done at all, so I didn't have any pine resins being stored. So now that I've got pine resin being stored, it makes a lot more sense. And also power. There we go. Yeah, my pine resin storage is now full. It's over here. Also means that they're going to start collecting more maple syrup, which is what I actually wanted them to do. So we can start getting some more maple pastries back into that batch as well. Right, let's power there. Knock you up to maximum. Structure, put you there. Pop you up to maximum. And a path across the top. Awesome. Unpause that construction. Dropping off a whole bunch of planks and gears. Yeah, we got it all. We got everything that we wanted. $85 1011. I'll delete that one for you. Probably a job number, I guess. Or a parts number. That's my bet. That was your sort code for your bank. Yeah. That'd be quite funny. I didn't quite catch that. Could you post the 3-digit number on the back of your card as well while you're at it? I like symmetrical. Don't ask me why, but I like symmetrical. I like symmetrical observatories. There we go. Cool. Now we don't have any power for them either. Nah, that's fine. It's deleted anyway. Just to be on the safe side. Just in case. Wow, I got space in the middle of my town for stuff. That's interesting. Doesn't happen very often. Could put some water tanks in there. That wouldn't be a terrible idea. I don't really know the plot farming, yeah. Like, yeah, I'm okay. A singular beaver doing science isn't going to cost us all that much. Well, the extra builder's hut can go... Actually, let's say the population centre down to that one. District centre can have the least population. There we go. We've got some science. That's 10 science every 3.1 hours. That's still pretty fast. I definitely could put I could put 4 water tanks in the middle of here. That wouldn't be a terrible start. Now that, yes, it's rather strange that they only work during the day, but I think split shifts are kind of a thing at the moment, so I have to give them benefit of the doubt. There's no water down there now. Oh, that lasted a long time. Not. These 3 don't have any workers. That does and that does. I need more workers. I genuinely don't think I need all of these guys though. 2 of them can get paused. I think they're sitting outside doing a lot of the time doing nothing because there is literally nothing for them to do. Processing, fine, they can keep up with that quite easily, but it's time of the day I can work on client machines because they're all gone home for the day, yeah. Can imagine. Be left in peace for a bit. So yeah, let's cut down on the number of farmers that we need. All of our food storage is over 1,000, 4,000. You have 4,000 of each type of food. That's a good place to be. Yeah, these guys should work on an opposite schedule. I agree. So if you work in the observatory, they sleep during the day. But they rather than get up at sunrise, they should do 16 hours in the opposite direction. That too. That too. Why is my machine doing funny things? Somebody's hacked it. I got to switch it off now. No, don't do that. I'm trying to fix it. Too late. Four spare beds as well. Oh. Well, they've nearly built all the platforms. I have taken that call. I bet you have. That does not surprise me in the slightest. 2%. It went from 9% to 2%. Oh, lovely. Thanks, game. Cheers. So, what's the plan here? Oh, my computer's broken. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. Wonder. Oh, why? Is that 3? That's 3. That's 2. So we should be able to just come out through this way. I could do it with levies as well. Yep, that should be a good population centre. We sent them a notice 3 days in advance, and the day before, and scheduled for a Saturday when nobody was supposed to be in the office. Oh. Yeah, try and fix something remotely, and then somebody comes along and has other ideas. I could put 2 houses down here. That wouldn't be a stretch. Although I've placed that now there where it doesn't reach, which is slightly annoying. Oof. You think someone would stick a bit of paper over the top of it going, BIOS update, do not... BIOS remote BIOS update, do not touch. Although Terry Pratchett was famous for saying that um, if you've picked the remotest cave on the planet and put a big red lever in there saying "Do not touch" on the with a label next to the lever, the paint wouldn't have time to dry. Right, we're 22 days into this drought. Trying to speed through as best as I can. It is very clunky. We have built all of the platforms though. You won't go that far. I need you to build. I need to go another 3. Yeah, that's fine. There you go. I no longer do. Yeah, that's not the time you want a computer being rebooted when the BIOS is updating. I'm always, and every time I update the BIOS, I'm always panicking there's going to be a power cut because I don't have obviously a device that will stop. The only upside is a laptop, so it's got its own battery inside it. But God forbid I have to do a BIOS update on a computer or a desktop. Oh, right. Take the last of these 3 out. You wouldn't mind awfully. BIOS flat brush on the motherboard. That's always helpful. I always, I'd hope. Well, I always hoped if I had a big enough computer, I'd have one of those emergency power supply units somewhere nearby. I could connect in a sequence just to give me the opportunity to save and exit. Most probably, and that will probably be happening relatively soon. So my intention is to carry on building out houses out this way. This will all be trees for the most part. That was fun. Um, this might have to be like a layer at a time here. I generally don't know how many of these ones it's going to be either. So eventually this path will connect up with that path. That's going to be a path like that. So, no, it's not a silly question because you had exactly the same idea as I had long term. I like having all of my houses in the same place because it means that I can get away with building less of these guys. I rather have a little a small residential block where most of the beavers live because of this. Like near these shafts. No, so the plan is eventually this is going to get taken out. So there'll be more wind farms down the back here. So I probably don't want a path in there just yet until I work out where the path's going to need to sit. That would be lovely if it wasn't for clients. Mine would probably be because it wasn't for Star. Yes. It could be assholes. Both ways. Both ways. Bad member of staff could be an arsehole. Bad member members of the public, also arseholes. We're down to 4 bits of paper. 2 not enough to keep 3 going? Apparently not. That should be alright. Halfway through the drought already, I want 20. It'll be fine. There we go, connect those in. Put those down. Make it super duper high priority. Build a campfire. Also want an explosive up here. And what will eventually be 3 in here. Okay, so that's going to be 2 back to back. So that's definitely 1 path. And this one is also going to be 4, 4, 4, 4, 4 there. So that's another path and structure. And that's another one. Let's go to the back for a second. Cool. There you go. If you didn't laugh, you'd cry. I suppose at least he didn't try to download RAM. It wasn't quite that bad. Let's download this RAM, some of this RAM for the computer. Why do I have 16 toolbars? There we go. Let's do it that way. One, two, three. That should be. Probably haven't done it enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There. Assign that. Drop the priority of that and that. We'll get there eventually. Same guy who told you you're building machines wrong. Fantastic. That's always a good one. You're building the machines wrong. Okay. You want to tell me how I'm building machines wrong? No, you're just building them wrong. Good to know. Thanks very much. Apparently 32 gigabytes of RAM isn't enough. They need at least 4 terabytes. How many sticks is that? Or terabytes of RAM. I don't know, I'll just find some random extra sticks of RAM to shove into my machine. That my computer can't even, my processor can't even use. Because it has a maximum. Okay, so that one goes, but will go there. Hey, come on. That one will go there. That one will go there. So it looks like I need to step one over. Actually. Or I could step one that way. That's not what I want. I want that. There we go. Enterprise can't handle more 128 gigabytes RAM. That's fair enough. Oh yes, self-definite. Yeah. And also 4 terabytes of hard drive space. Really? What was he doing? 3D rendering? Or trying to download and play games? Oh, I updated those already. Good. Cool. Yeah. But I just some people baffle me. They really do. It's just like, what's going on in your head? Well, they're all clocked off now. Thanks. Cheers. Okay, so you actually... That's awesome. Woohoo! We're also going to go 1, 2, 3, 4. There. 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 And... have health, roof, a roof, and a roof. And the bush, the bush, the bush, the bush, the bush, the bush. There you go. That'll keep everybody happy as well. I'm pretty jealous of the machines they're getting. I'd like architectural fun. Okay, so they are maybe are doing 3D rendering, to be fair. That always really annoys me. I mean, that is probably the worst thing about trying to get a job at the moment. Oh, you didn't go to university, therefore you're no longer worthy of having a job. Because you didn't study media studies and get drunk for 3 years of your life. Apparently, that means that you'll be worse. You'll be worse than somebody who did do that. That just baffles me. That really baffles me. Yay.
Wow.
Okay, so you're going to cover those two. So there'll be another one of these down here. That's fine. We can start getting some extra... we'll start getting some extra bits and pieces soon. That would be pretty cool. I have 0 minutes at university as well. I went to stay with a mate who was going to university once. Maybe does that count? Oh yes, I've heard that phrase. Yeah, I've seen that phrase before. Like, it just annoys me as someone who have taught themselves a lot of basically everything that I know about computers. I've taught myself. Nobody's taught me that. I overtook my dad and his knowledge of computers relatively early on. I taught everything. I learned everything that I knew from books, magazines, internet when that became more readily available. I didn't need. There wasn't even IT at my school because it predated all of that. Yeah, doesn't really help, does it? We put too much focus on education. There's too much focus on education, not enough focus on experience. It annoys me as someone who is. I wouldn't say I'm the most experienced person in the world, not even remotely close. Not even in the top 25%, 30, 40, even maybe 40%. But that shouldn't stop me. You know, even as a manager, I was taught about skill and will. But apparently that doesn't apply to managers and people of higher positions. For 20 years of experience and I've supported every version of Windows ever. You probably don't have enough experience, Vid. Sorry, mate. Let's go back down. There you go. You guys on the top don't need to be built. Sooner rather than later, it's just anything. It's like the guy. It's like you see on. I've seen like tweets and stuff like that. Some guy saying, "Oh, you know, I've apparently I didn't have enough qualification in this programming language. I didn't have enough experience, and yeah, they're looking for people with 4 years experience in a certain programming language, which is a shame because I only invented it a year and a half ago, so I wasn't able to apply for the job." This goes to show that some recruitment guys have no idea what they're talking about either. It's like the blind leading the blind. Right, so we'll have a little nice little space for our beavers to hang out in. Okay, could do that as a little bit more of a priority as well. They filled. There's one bed space available. Some barrels done. Still struggle. Well, we've got the number of gears. The number of gears has gone up considerably. So if I wanted to get those barrels done, I could. I think it's just more of a case of, well, we're looking at a few vacancies here. Let's make you higher. I'll make you go back down to low again. Like, if you don't get filled, you don't get filled. Whatever. Really doesn't matter. So you asked me how you'd fix a specific issue with an outdated version of Windows. Kind of want that bit finished because I don't want this bit flooding. Although it doesn't make a difference. These guys can work underwater. That's okay. I have little underwater windows, which is the fishy swimming by. That is a skill. That is definitely a skill. I struggle with doing something without the computer in front of me. If I had the computer in front of me, I could definitely talk someone through it. Still didn't get the job. So. If I had the computer in front of me, I could easily talk someone through it. I could talk someone through the steps over the phone. If I didn't, I would struggle. No word of a lie. I would find it a much more difficult proposition to do. was about to put more explosives down there, and I was like, no, no, don't do it. Don't. You've got plenty of jobs on the go. Don't do it. I'll wait a few months until those children grow up, and then we'll put another house down. See you in a minute. There you go. Get those a little bit higher priority than as you did before. I used to do tech support for HP. It was great as a job. I got written up one time for telling someone that HP mass produces products but not the parts to fix them. In the meeting I was being reprimanded and my boss tried to make me look stupid, but then her PC crashed and she had no clue how to fix it. I told her I was too stupid to fix it. The following week I got promoted to senior tech. It was a good laugh. Nice. A lot of the people... So, having been a manager for a good number of years, I never claimed to know everything about the job that I was doing. There were some times that I definitely did know them. When I did know a lot about the job that I was... the people that I was managing. But I never claimed to know everything. I also never claimed to be the best. I like to rib people a little bit, saying, you know, I'm catching you up. I'm doing, you know, I'm showing you up a bit here. City manager can do it better. Looks like they can do it a bit better than you. Just to get them that little bit of motivation, so they would try that little bit harder to try and stop me catching them. If that makes any sense. But never claim that you're better. Never claim that you're better than the people that you're managing. That's not why you're the manager. You're the manager because you can get those people to do the... You should be the manager of those people so you can get them to do the best job that they can. Not because you're better than them. If you were that good, you shouldn't be managing them. You should be one of them. But the problem is that some people also remember that. They also think that managers should be better than the people that they are managing. It goes both ways, having been at both ways. Well, I've got finally replaced a couple of those trees, but they've been cutting down, but been... They should have been replaced by pines ages and ages and ages ago, and they haven't been. Could I be a manager again? Potentially. But part of the thing of being a good manager is having good managers above you that recognise what you're doing. If the people above you aren't good managers, then you're going to struggle. You need good management through the system for it to work most effectively. One thing that burns out decent managers really early on is being mismanaged themselves. What's an MBA? Master of Business Administration. Yeah, especially when you say what that job title is. Like, yes, I agree. They're the administrator. They're not the. Their job is to administrate. I want to be able to put that on solid. I want to be able to put that on levies. But apparently I can't. A good manager knows his team, their team, and knows what their team is capable of, and manages accordingly based on what their team is capable of. They don't. Yeah, I got some rooftop terraces on the other side there. That's the other thing. I got the space. I got the space for these guys over this side. Look. Might get something else put in here. I'm gonna have to think of something for Lidos as it is anyway. Water pumps and all that building out ponds for Lidos and things like that for that in that nonsense. Yeah, that's how to be. That's how to lead a team. Essentially, your team is doing the vast majority of the work, and you're there to support them and make sure that you've got their back. I've never ever claimed um, uh, the account. Well, what's the word I'm looking for? I never ever claimed that I did something that one of my guys did, or one of my people did, or my team did. If they did it, they got the full credit. A decent manager above you would see that and go, okay, so he's enabling his team to work out the best performance there possible. Excellent. That's why he's in charge. A bad manager will see that and go, well, why is this guy in charge? Why isn't the guy underneath him in charge, the one that's doing all the producing this stuff? Ooh, I've been building these tanks, look. They sneakily snuck across and did them. Good job, boys and girls. 11 days of this drought left to go, and we're getting on top of that. That's great. Still waiting on explosives back here. Not I think I'll ever reach them in time. Might be able to do it if I went through this way, but I might be able to squeeze a few extra trees in the back of that area. Still got 10 beavers over here. I'm waiting for them to grow up a bit so I can put another house down. Let's try that. Build all of the happy, the fun stuff. There you go. Yeah, so that's what happens when you get into administration as well. Is you get into that sort of managing your people. We don't value enough of the people that do the grunt work. Nearly enough. Apparently managing people is a better pay, is more value than the people, what the work the people are doing themselves. Got this horrible disparity in life where unless you're part of a union and you're really being, the union is an effective union and has got your back and is making sure that you get paid appropriately for the work that you do, you've got a horrible situation where people want to earn more money. The only way they can earn more money is become a manager of the people of the rank that they're doing. So, you get this weird thing where because you manage a bunch of people, you somehow have more worth than the people actually doing individual jobs. Which leads to bad managers, because people try and get promotions to manager because they want more money, but they're not suitable for the job. So we're actively rewarding bad management. Hmm. Oh, got a nice little box. Chestnuts, days to grow. That's nice. I don't really want that there. Thank you. Maple syrup. Little stuck tooltips aren't fun. Can you mind disappearing? There you go. Doing a job of like the client manager.
Wow.
Well, that's always how to rub somebody up the wrong way. Step 1. Yeah, so that one's going to go on top of that building over there, look. That'll be perfect. How are we doing over here? 0.57. They're staving it off fast enough that they don't have to be active. Right, well, I'm up to 99 now, so that's time to plop down the next triple lodge. Say that's super duper high priority, please. You got conferenced in. Yeah. It'd be nice to be in a situation where you just turn around and go, guys treat us a bit like arseholes. Not really interested in doing a job for you in the future. Thanks. Oh, 5 more tanks to go. Alright, we've got 8 unemployed beavers. Yay! 6 unemployed beavers. 4, 2. Ooh. some industry that could benefit being switched back on again. We're missing one person out of one of these. But we're reducing all of the sides. There we go. Fire building. Go and put you on priority. Yeah, these guys treat like assholes. Don't tell them we're not letting them come back. Yeah. Go on, Folktails. You know you're good for this. Get your Randiness on. Start making some extra babies. We know you're good. What could I put over there that isn't this? Carousel mud bath. All of the above. Mud baths could go over there. They don't mind a step down. And get 3 mud baths on all there quite nicely. Some power in behind. I suppose that's kind of the situation that I find myself in at the moment is I want to do a job that I find value in, that I feel that is giving value back. But I'm struggling to find something that provides that. They just didn't get a bill after the contract, and when they called up for a problem, just pulled them up and said, I don't have a listed as a contract any longer. Seems to be some sort of issue. You put any planks in there at all yet? 529 planks. We're slowly getting there. 8 days to go. Can you... I know I unswitched it down, but let's let them to concentrate on those ones. If they don't finish some of this, then it doesn't really matter. Those 2 can be done. Everything else can wait a little bit longer. That's fine. Get those barrels done. Or we'll be in a good place to switch all of the water pumps on for the next time round. Sure, I can get you up and running. It takes me down 15 minutes, but I don't have a contract with you. I'm not your service provider. I suppose that's a good example of your manager having your back. Your manager's turned around and said, yeah, well, actually these guys have been completely out of dicks. I don't think we should provide a service to them any longer. I can go find someone else to annoy. Okay, 0.52. Right, those 2 are those two, whereas they're not necessarily keeping up with this, they're keeping it full enough that this will take over when the water comes back. It won't dry out in between. Which is all I can ask, really. We're up to 888 maple syrup as well. Nice. Somebody did, yeah. Somebody got a bit of paper or an email that says, by the way, you don't have a tech support any longer. But yeah, not your job to worry about. Right, we're waiting for this batch of beavers to grow up, and then we can go down for another 2 if you want.
Wow.
And then I'll probably want to wait until some of the until a little bit later on before I increase anything further. They're still plugging away with this ruins. That's really cool. I think those are maple that I'm trying to replace with maple anyway. But I just want to make sure. So he's planting maple in those spaces. There's a few pines that need to grow. Well, they are working on a lot of this at the moment, so that's okay. One of these can keep up with about 5 of these guys, seemingly. 6 is a bit of a stretch for them. They struggle with a bit with 6. No idea if that was meant to be a pine or a whatnot. Right, all of those barrels are filled. Fantastic. He's about half of the planks that they need. Also fantastic. There's a few extra beavers that we can put into the pot shortly. We can put some.
Wow.
We can put an extra couple of buildings down. We've definitely got the food supplies for it, and the water's we know the water's in a decent situation, so we don't really have to worry about that. I truly don't. Are you sure you don't want to talk to a manager? Wait, is this what it was all about? I don't know, Karen. Is it? Oh, it's going up. It's going up. You'd like to think, but you never know. Yeah. You'd hope, anyway. That's when it hit him. I won't put my money on it, though. People can be atrociously slow when they're not really with it. Oh, and we've lost power again. Oh, fun. Well, then you're getting close to finishing that now. 20 more planks. We've got 80, so we've got the planks for it. We're producing more as well. Okay, replace those. Slowly get rid of all of the pine trees if possible. I mean, the pines did their job, but we don't really need as many as we've got left. There we go. That's all the pines gone from down there now. It's just this set of pines at the top. Okay. Whatever. Is your problem fixed? Couldn't get monkeys. Yep. So we will have more wind power going on through the back here. Yes, we're using a lot of windmills. Yes, but it's fine. I want to clear this. Do I want to clear this section as a matter of... No, I kind of got the building in place. Safe. Oh, that's too far. That one's too far. So we're going to need a path here. There we go. Okay, you'll get done eventually. That's fine. All those water barrels are done. Ready for next wet season, which is coming shortly. You're down to 0.44, so that's fine. We don't need to. I don't need to tweak that in the slightest. We're missing 2 beavers out that side, but again, with no power, that's not really an issue. One unconnected building, that's fine, because you haven't actually built those bits yet. Right, grab a quick drink. So let's see me out. We help the new provider get all of our stuff onto their stuff. So we're getting our beavers. So the long-term plan is we've got loads of extra water barrels now, so we've got plenty of water storage. We'll build a population of beavers up a little bit. Then we'll migrate them across to this side of the map. First off, cut down all of the trees and build up the wood storages. Then they'll start building the infrastructure going out this way. We'll probably need to have a second one of these at some point. That's fine, that can go here. Once the perpetual power is in position, we can pipe that power across the map to connect up a load of the bits and pieces, including this heavy industrial area. And yeah, that'll give us, should hopefully give us a lot of power for longer. But that's the long-term plan. The moment is just getting to that stage at the moment. Kind of don't have a lot of beavers. We've just increased our population cap. So we'll see how that counts out. We're maxed out on food, so we're doing great for food. Yeah. Problem is the grass is all. A lot of things you don't know that it works until it's gone. It's true for a lot of things. We have 4 unemployed. That's actually the queue for the next building. There we go. So that's in place for that. The water returns, we'll be able to pump a lot of stuff. Having 4 unemployed now is great. It's going to put us in a really, really good position going forward. Well, that's always good. Nice to be wanted. Right, so they're building some of the extra wooden bits in now. Also means that they can go over here to get to work, rather than going around this way to get to work if they don't want to. Which is kind of cool. Nice. So yeah, that's the long-term plan. That's where we're sitting at. Glad we've improved the amount of water holding that we've got, because we've just done a massive step up in population as well. That contract alone will pay your salary and 2 other people. Well, there we go. Worth keeping you on just for that, isn't it? .3 days left to go. We had a good one. Yeah, pretty good. No power again. Fantastic. We'll solve that with this perpetual power plant bit over here. Get the power to come across. Connect it up to a whole bunch of bits and pieces. No problems. We technically only need to get it this far. And we can get to the top of these ones that'll connect to this bit down here, no problems. We might be able to even connect to this and this along the way. If we run the power runs above the road all the way down through here. We probably get away with that quite easily. Might have to come this way up over the top of these buildings. Up over the stairs to the right and in. Yeah, that'll work. That'd go in there. Come up through across the top of that building, up through there, down through here, come off, branch off, connect into this, come up all the way up this road, up this road, up this road, up there here, drop from the side into here, along this road then, along this bit, over this way, over this, 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 to there. Yep, definitely possible. We only need to be able to plate these first. Nice. Right, we've got 5 unemployed beavers. 5 unemployed. Right, 3 unemployed. And they're even placing they're even at the point now where they're placing the explosives up here. Fantastic. Done a whole bunch of the other jobs. As soon as that top deck's done, we'll nuke it out so they can get in and put the other explosives in lower down. There we go. Get a load of that done. Nuke that out. Next level down. Nuke that out. Then it'll be at the right level. Then we can put some more windmills in. Connect things up. And then see if this bridge will go over down to this side somehow. Industries getting back to where it should be, with a decent amount of everything stored. So everything in this column should be 1,000 or greater, just over, and everything in this column should be 4,000 or greater. That's the way that we've set up our warehouses. Unless it's for questioning. Or you have your Fifth Amendment rights. Is it the 4th or the 6th one that gives you the right to representation? And the fifth one is the right to remain silent. I can't remember. It's not my lore, so it's a bit fuzzier. Yeah, it's a nice amount of rooftop terraces and a nice amount of so you've got 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We've got both them on both sides. That's fine. 6 is trial. That's correct. Right. Yes. Try by the jury of your peers. I was really so the searches and seizures. Which one is it? Is it number 3 that is you have the right to refuse military officers living in your house, or something along those lines. They can't commandeer your house to live in. And basically, it's left over from when soldiers and generals in the war would attempt to. They basically made it illegal to commandeer somebody's house or something like that, and it was all back due to the Revolutionary War. I can't remember. I was reading about it the other day. No quartering of soldiers. There you go. 2 is the right to bear arms. 1 is the freedom from any religion. So religion, though there's never a main religion that will define the United States, and obviously all the bits in the Constitution itself as well. And the only amendment to ever be repealed in its entirety is prohibition, which I can't remember which number that is though. Anywho, 3 unemployed. Could do with these guys growing up, especially before the drought starts, but that's not going to happen. We've got about a day though before the water will hit. It takes that while. It takes that long to sneak its way across the map. So, as a response, we shall start the prediction again. It's exactly the same prediction as before. Do you think it's going to be longer? Do you think it's going to be 40 days or longer? Or do you think it's going to be less than 40 days? You'll need to come out to there. There we go. Should be ready for next time. As for this, there'll be another one going up through to the middle of here, which technically could be allowed to squeeze straight onto the back of that one rather than going up like that. And then there'll be another one going up from here, which will have to be connected going sideways. And then there'll be another one going up here, and so on and so on. Ah, fair enough. .33. You'll be alright. You two can stop working. You two can stop working. You two can stop working. You can stop working. You can start 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 working. That reduces that. We'll have a few gears being ticked over. Oh, you can just stop anyway. There we go. There's a whole bunch of extra bodies. 39. Not as many as I thought it might be. That just means that we'll have some extra... We'll have some beavers stolen from somewhere else. We'll have less builders in haulers again for a bit. So activate all of this, 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 all of this. 44. Well, I only use 5. That's pretty good. Come get your monies. Come get. It's not bad. Okay, so yeah, we're down on science. That's not surprising. Everything else is working okay there. I mean, why we can pump water as well. We are also getting to the point where we could probably do with some more haulers. Because we are getting... And now that was why that was there, wasn't it? Why I built that little platform out there to get some extra haulers in. Now that we're getting some extra beavers into the colony, I think that's a wise plan. I mean, you'll pump the water back into there in no time at all, so that's great. I definitely want some more haulers, though. Definitely, definitely, definitely. Should I put some more? Should I put the haulers in? I can put the haulers in. I can put the haulers over here. They don't have to be in a straight spot. You know more about my constitution than 2 minutes, then yeah, I know. I find it... So, the reason I find the US Constitution quite fascinating is because it's one of the few constitutions that was designed as late as it was. You know, it was designed in human history terms. It was designed relatively recently, so it's one of the it's fascinating in that sense. Is because you know it's new. It's about as modern as establishing a country has been. I mean, other countries have come and gone and in the same time, but they've mostly kept the laws that existed there beforehand. Many countries have declared independence from the UK, for example, but for the most part, they kept the laws that existed in the country they claimed independence from in the first place, and then just slowly tweaked them over time. The US didn't do that. They made the laws at the very beginning and just established how they wanted to play the game at the very beginning. That's why it's interesting. Right. Ready for this set of booms? We're also going to want a path there, for example. Let's delete those. No, you don't. I don't think so. Power step down here. Next one's there. Annoying. No. That goes to there. That goes to there. A lot of this is going to be we're going to have problems plugging everything in. A lot of this is going to be we're going to have to plug things in the same way each time. There we go. There might be a little bit there. Power. Okay, you go there, you go there, you go there, you go there. What I might end up doing is just connecting them all across the back to each other, so they can play around with that. That wouldn't be too terrible. Alright, I'll give you something to build. Still 9. I'm going to stop that now and go over here and build whatever they're building over this bit. Not a lot of paper left over. Reasonable number of gears. Not a lot of planks. I'm going to eat through most of that, I think. Let's as that power situation isn't actually fully necessary. Don't worry about it just yet. I'll come back and build this side. Either way, we've got a good level of everything going on. Water level in here is rising nicely. We got a lot of people moving bits and pieces to where they want to be, where they need to be moved. So we've got 4 spare beavers, so we can open up a bunch of planks and gears. Right, the plan was we'll get that built as well. Now that we're up to a good set of numbers on that side. Stabilize through this area of the drought. Clear these bits of pieces away. Get the industry that we want in place here, which is going to be chestnut trees and gathering. That's gonna be a lot of that side of the situation. Most of these containers will get full, fingers crossed. You do really need to be paused. Oh, there we go. Day 6 again. Wow. 2 day 6s in a row. Okay. We've got exactly the right number of people. No spare, but no less than spare either. They should hopefully fill that up tonight. That should take us to 117, 126. I believe. I'm familiar with the 25th Amendment. No. No, I don't think so. Or if I am, I don't realise it's the 25th Amendment. Does that make sense? Like, I know towards the end we'll start getting into prohibition and the repeal of prohibition and the right of women to vote and what type of thing. The entire world can see it, expect it coming place imminently. What's the 25th Amendment then? So bright. Yeah, it's something to do with the Constitution. So this is the one that was put into place because of... What was the reason for this one? This one was the reason for, like, who was it that died in office? So they made a rule for it. It was Eisenhower and Nixon and all that type of stuff, wasn't it? Kennedy's assassination, yeah. So, in case of the removal of the president from the office, instead of the resignation, the vice president should become president. And if there's a vacancy in the office of the vice president, the president should nominate a vice president who should take office upon confirmation by a majority vote of both houses of Congress. Whether the president transmits to the president pro tempore of the Senate and the Senate the House Representatives declaration discharge powers of his office. Right, okay, yeah. Fair enough, makes sense. Section 4 is the important one. So claiming that basically it's the doctor claiming the doctor on the starship, the claiming on the captain is unfit for duty. That law. Cool, we're on. Because he's gone a bit nuts, Jim. We're doing alright with this end. We're still building up on the number of explosives. We're building up on the amount of water we're pumping, which is good. We're in that really good situation right now where actually I only have a few businesses paused and we're pumping water continuously. When we stop pumping water, we'll actually have excess beavers, which is when we will move a bunch across to this side of the map and start building that. I'm not surprised you see the reference from Trek. Well, I'm guessing that's where Trek got the idea from, to be honest. I'm not sure if there's any military precedent for that. My military knowledge is not that good. You know, can the ship's medical officer in the U.S. Navy have the same? They have the same power? Because that's the only situation where there will be that immediate chain of command change. Otherwise, that's where Trek got the idea from in the first place. We're filling these barrels up, which is good. We're up to 14,000 water stored. Yeah, we are going to run out on the number of days, but also going to drain this side of things pretty quickly, to be honest. They do since the 25th, but not before. Okay. So it works the same way. Good to know. My brain is saying actually we'll dig out this area here and put dams across it to hold a little bit more water in this bit. But if I do that, it's going to slow the water. That water is actually going to become slower going through that area. It'll spread to the other sides, so I may not want to. There you go. Put those explosives down as well. They're happily building away over here. Building windmills and farms and other bits and pieces. Other bits and pieces. That was interesting. Oh, it's because it hasn't been built yet. Apparently that's reachable. Oh, they can stand there in the corner and do it. Fair enough. Good to know. Try and make that last 60 days. Yeah, that's definitely an idea. Or relieving a captain would be a mutiny full stop. So they copied the presidential side of things. Decided that actually that was pretty good rule in general. Let's do it that way. Well, I can't go down any further because that's the bottom of the map, so I'd have to go out further in a square if I wanted to. 28 days. Anybody that said less than 40 years wins. And I believe nobody said it. Yes, nobody said it. Sorry, Moo, you lose all of your points. That's one way to get rid of them. Or towards the bumps. Yeah, could go down this way. Ooh, there's one left. I was gonna nuke them then. Autosave? Wow, that's not a long autosave. Hello. Yeah, so what we could have done was you could essentially chuck a few dams across the top of there. And some down the other side as well. That'll allow the water to sit in this area for an extra half tile of water because the dam will hold that little bit extra back in again. Problem is that water won't flow through there as readily. It will flow through this area and this area. Meaning we'll have a weird sort of bill setup going on over that side. Anyway, let's throw the booms. Nice. Let's get rid of Google Chrome because that's probably just going to eat my RAM. Nom nom nom. 1, 2, that should be enough. Yeah, you're far enough away. Hmm. How far back can I make that? Oh, I can make it that far back. That's good. Something needs to go out 3 this way. And then we'll be good. 1, 2, 3. Then we should be fine. Yep, that's everything. They can reach all the things. There we go. Spread that level out in a bit. And then we'll be looking at planting some trees. Some chestnut trees, to be exact. Ready for the chestnuts. Okay, so you're not actually connected to anything. You're not providing power anywhere. You're providing power. So are you, so are you, so are you. So the logical part of me says, actually, let's just connect you. like that. Don't worry about this or that. And just connect this through power all the way down to there. And we can do that, but then that and that. That should make sure that everything's connected where it should be. Cool. We're on day 8. That's at 6. So we're on day 7 was the first day. I'm halfway through day 8. So 28 days? 28 days. I didn't write it in again. 28. 34. Cycle 20. 28 days is 28 days is hardly a challenge. So too easy, too easy. Well, still in the process of putting the pumps. We're already up to nearly 20,000 water stored. And we've still got a good few tanks to go yet. Which is good. That's what we'd like to see. I have unemployed beaver. That's like normal hard mode. Well, this is not even the challenge anymore. I mean, that's definitely puts it into perspective, doesn't it? It's like that's the level that we're at here. Where it's not even a 28 days, is like, giving other streamers a heart attack, you know. I've beaten the challenge of this game. I'm playing on easy mode. Of course you are. Of course you have. Oh, we suddenly somehow snuck up to 8,000 science. That was rather well done. Yeah. I think Pampers works better. And you need to build more water storage and nappies. I think we don't, yeah, we're definitely looking at more haulers. Less so, it's more so for the people when we've got this lot running rather than anything else. I mean, technically I could put one over here. So I don't need this path to go down through this way, I can get this path to go down through there. So I could put a hauler on this end, and they can that will allow them to haul water back and forth. But I want to pause. This is what Vid was saying earlier. You want little teams. So I'd want to pause that hauler at the same time as I pause all the water pumps. So you'd want like a little control group. Control 1, you can pause and unpause a control group at the same time. What's your dumb paper? I have 9 beavers spare. Three beavers spare. Don't really need any more. Oh yeah. Easier to disconnect the path that from. Yeah, true. $20,000 water. Get in. We won't store any more now. Then we're looking at either above here and storing water above that water, or taking out the chunk of this mountain side over here and storing water along in more barrels on that side. How many water barrels do I have? Large water tank 75. So we reckoned that was 150 beavers, didn't we? If we filled them up to the max, that's 150 beavers at fulls at 60 days with no water. So we've got the population to improve a little bit more. So we go on again. So we can get to 150. We've got 126 beavers. 125 sleeping and one bed. So this will put us at 135. Next one will put us at 144. Yeah, 144. The next one 153, which is probably actually where we pause stuff. 153. Because that 150 beavers supported by all of the tanks, it is assuming that there's no water in here, this reservoir at the start of the month, where there will be. Just dried out. We're gonna, yeah, let's say we're gonna lose that. Lost this as well. So we're down in here. We're down 1 tile. The easiest way would be to knock out this lake, connect this entire lake to here to improve the water drainage. The only downside is that we're really going to struggle nuking that all out because we're going to run out of room. We're going to have to do it from over here. Drop a little set of stairs down and somebody can wander over there and blow stuff up that way instead. Storage distribution. Get the right button. to go for build priority. They can worry about food then, and these guys can worry about everything else but food. Which makes a lot more sense. Oh, easy nice. Oh, they built that building. We've got 10 beavers to go. Oh,
Wow.
wow. No power. We will get that perpetual pump sorted. Perpetual pump. We'll get that system set up over here. That'll be pretty good. I was just going to see how I set it up over on this side of the map. I left one space. Is that going to be enough? I think I need to leave 2 spaces. There, like that. Cool. We need to clear all those trees first as well. Basically, when the water drains out of here, we'll pause all of those pumps. And then redistribute the bodies that way. We can activate literally all of our industry. Have nothing paused whatsoever. Except maybe these guys. And then we can work out sending people across this side of the map to build stuff. First off, cutting down all the trees. Because we won't need any trees. It's nice. Still. Right. But that's it for today. Thank you very much, everybody. We're going to pause it on and we'll pass you over. Thank you, everybody, for hanging around. You're welcome for coming back. Let's go and find someone to dump you all on. I mean, pass you over to. Courtney's on. Let's give you to Courtney. Nice. She only got one person watching. So I will be back again tomorrow. More Timberborn. Sort of, that's the plan anyway, at least. Yeah, and we'll just carry on with this map. We've still got a bit to do. This map won't finish until yeah, I'm going to try and get at least 20 satisfaction on all of the beavers. We're still going to try and get at least one of the mines being used for our metals. We'll probably get that perpetual power set up and ready to go. So there's still a reasonable amount to do on this map, so we're not at the point yet where we're going to sort of call it time. So yeah, still plenty to go. But yeah, thank you very much, everybody, for hanging around. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much for saying hi. Say hi to Courtney. But until tomorrow, look after each other, stay safe, and see you tomorrow.